Hi chat, can you hear me? I always want to check every time I start stream, and that's why I always ask if you can hear me, because, you know, I don't want to get cocky. I don't want to just assume I did my audio right, even though I didn't change it at all. I'm excited. Probably should have gotten to the Intervallo sooner, but you know, it is what it is. But this should be fun. I also remembered earlier when I proposed this, so I considered it that Intervallos don't have voice acting, so I'm gonna have to try my best. I have no idea if Noah will be here or not. He knows I'm streaming at this time. I do not know if he will be available. We'll have to see. I can only hope. Even though it might not be good for him right now. That's good. I don't know if I do a good anyone voice. I'm never very confident, but you know, hopefully something will come to me. Let me just finish doing a couple turns in Uma Musume while I wait like a minute. I just wanna like get past the junior debut and see if this run's actually like good or not. I'll start playing Limbus in a second. I'm so fucking tired, chat. How are you guys? Are you guys tired? It's like Friday at 6 p.m. You shouldn't, yeah, Friday at 6 p.m. You shouldn't be tired. This should be like, you know, you're ready to activate. At a birthday dinner? Well, I'm happy you're loyal, Maxine, and you opened this stream anyway, and you're like listening to it. Hopefully on like speakers so everyone can hear it. But yeah. It's like not even raining today. Like if it was like, you know, like raining, it was kind of misty out, like, you know. Feeling tired at like a Friday night seems like acceptable. But no, it's like a nice day. You go for like a jog right now, it's so light out. Yet here I am. I should change the, I have light bulbs where I can like configure the light. I should change the, light so it's less like warm. It's like bumming me out. It's like making me tired. I should stop playing the moves today. Alright, water check. I have to make sure I have like liquid around me for my throat as I'm reading, since I'm gonna be reading all this. I have water. I'll be able to power through. Hopefully. Oh, the game's fucking muted. Yeah, that's why. I was playing Mirror Dungeon, so I had the game muted. Poggies. Fuck. Man. Never fucking anything. I lie, I got really lucky recently. Drive. I had the game muted when I'm fucking doing my mirror dungeon run. I should just set it to low, because then I'll probably know when my turn ends, so I minimize it. Funeral. Hope it's not for fucking Gregor. Hope it's not dead. Listen, cut me a break. I'm busy. Oh yeah, it's for Martin. Yeah. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners, but never before had I witnessed this many people gather into one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Ah, there we go. Fuck, I didn't unmute the fucking game in my streaming software. God fucking damn it, man. Okay, no, bright side, I caught that right now, not like half an hour from now. Fuck. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them are asking Rousseau, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Fuck. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you forgotten the instructions to carry yourself with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. I clap fish manual jokes. I love the fish being all about rules. That's why she's great for GMing at D&D. Sorry, Ishi. The wall of text is too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before. Back when we set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp. Oh, fuck. Ah! Thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of dead. Bereft of dead, I mean, someone had to have died because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Wavy Association's notarization. Otherwise, I said this time and time again, but it was just an unintentional anonymity to prevent the family strife. Oh, weird. I don't remember you talking ever about Heathcliff's Canto, actually. That's... Maybe that's me. Maybe I forgot. Fuck, said it again. Intentional anonymity. Fuck! Why the fuck is this word hard for him to pronounce? Oh, fuck. Anonymity. Fuck. Okay, I'll get better at it, don't worry. It is. If the situation was indeed as thou said, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet, 'tis a pity that the dead weren't, named at their own funeral. Thank you, Heathcliff. By your chance together you believe in me, I can persist through these chronic disabilities. Happy they're talking about this. The name of the deceased was... Ah, God, I'd send so much more chav. It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I've thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter. Again, no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. 'Tis fine, Clockhead. At least you remembered. That's good enough, isn't it? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the events at Wuthering Heights become warped. Wait, the sinners seem to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in the manor, and that Nelligan was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Lytton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as it was proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because there's something that he and I realized. It was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how do I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave much room for us to properly express our condolences back then. I mean, we didn't even know the bitch! Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff at funerals, but apparently not, huh? Oh, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can confidently say that I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had some formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well, or extravagant. Corporations are not eager to grant time loss just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land to erect memorial houses on it. Then what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night, the bodies were gone, just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury him somewhere, just have them stir up a load of just have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors of there being valuables buried with the bodies. Or an arm being some fancy prosthesis, all that rot. Better let the dead go in peace and bury them in some grave just for some zealots later desecrate it. In Hong Yon, people tend to set up graves if they have enough enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee that they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Hong Yon scoffed and hung his head. Odio's foolishness? All of it. It's been good. Thank you very much. I've been playing Expedition 33 recently, and it's been quite fun. I got to a very climactic point in like the early game, and I'm excited to play more of it. Oh, fuck. Fucking. I'm having a problem, chat. I'm just gonna bitch for a second before I continue, I'm sorry. I've been having like solitary ants, like around my desk, but I even found like a couple in my bathroom. But I don't like, I try and look for where they came in, and I can never find it. Like, and there's only like one every time I see them. It's never like more than that in one place. It's really bugging me. Fuck. There's another one. Fucking. Now, they might have been two in one place there, but my desk is like 10 feet long, so it was a pretty far distance from each other. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where they're coming from so I can just, like, destroy them. I wouldn't mind if they stayed out of my, you know, property. I own this land. It's my right to kill anything that comes spawn it. I don't actually live in an apartment. My landlord owns it, but... Well, it's actually more like a corporation that runs these apartments. Comforting the soul of the departed on another, Mendici. All those funds are carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart, or just something said to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Elisa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and these other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh. We're staying until Greg is stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumb Nurse Father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there was no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned out to be disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. Yeah, I can see how he wouldn't have signed from that. That transformation was pretty fucking intense. I don't think I saw the new trailer. I'm sure Noah linked it to me and I forgot to click it. I saw the trailer for this, this Intervallo, not the next, bulk act. See, you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. Me? Yes, you. The LC wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. Oh yeah, Sinclair, people, like, you know, we're not gonna forget you did that. The higher-ups didn't, with his second greenlighting project, which means that what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation and the request of permission. Huh? What investigation? What are you? It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two of your skin and maybe some talk therapy, and that's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues for research could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent! Very good line, Sinclair. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get the boss to fend off the LCA's a mere word observation. Observation. Fuck. Man, why am I so bad at reading English? You know, considering that I grew up in the only language I can speak, you'd think I'd be better at it. Department are hissy fits. They want to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. and had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do is thank us and be a good boy and cooperate. Just in time. Our researchers here. Alicia waved at the researchers who were filling out the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course, of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse in full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You're not going with him? That was like more cowboy than anything. Oh, it's back to long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the only one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I suspect that every request for PTO submitted to our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, that's true. Your average corporation doesn't give you much more than a week off a year. I'm supposed to give you a week off a year. I thought it'd be like 4 days max. But as soon as Alicia trudged off to, with her dragging steps, the researchers seized Sinclair and carried him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh? Do you have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. I got something I said I'd help with. I gotta be there for it. God, it's like I'm just doing Jesse every time. Fuck. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also keep an eye on the researchers. Stop them if they're trying to think fishy with the experiments. Fishy! Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The centers fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. The only ones keeping me company were Ryoshu, who'd been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who's sniffing and asking around every corner for Vespa in valiant quest of her new color fixture's whereabouts. I saw, Maxine, you started with Coda Brawl, right? Oh, very good event. You're like, you're up to it if you start at the beginning. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the Geschel stuff? He seemed to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There is something I had intended to discuss with you and Senator Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA says CH. Wait a minute, did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, but especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing and construction of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause, as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is if thou'st not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bowl. You there, why don't you join us? Does thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel were cornered by Don Quixote in a rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts, took the opportunity and fled to the scene without so much as a backwards glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there's a task that requires your assistance. But I get more words to trade with the noble yellow harpoon. You see, to emulate the virtue of chivalry, does that entail turning down the earnest pleas of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier than that of my assistant. You're to be number 2, that is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded my exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to Center 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Prithee, allow me but a little time to uncover the mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Senator Ryoshi's. They're asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed at you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in present circumstance is a welcome one. It was simply the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow that have become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes that this was some guileful scheme devised to elicit Faust's cooperation. In any case, Manager, this request of mine concerns the investigation into the back doors located into the House of Spiders. I deem that 2 of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of 5-pronged assault operations, and Center 4 familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right now? What did Ryoshi say? HOSRA. You have assistant enough. Perhaps you could help Faust. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There's one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kara. Yeah! Everyone clap! She has regained consciousness. Hope she doesn't die in this Intervallo. God, starting out with like that fucking, just like them talking about Heathcliff's canto is very funny. It's super sad that Heathcliff and the manager remind each other like that, to be like, hey, are you sane? And it's like, yeah. Survivor. I think it was a good place to start, Maxine. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward, more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around it seemed to be state-of-the-art. This place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility with this kind is required to preserve the original form for lower body. in the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? If I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable. A windowless room thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she appeared when we'd seen her through the center's shared vision. Was she captured alive for the extraction of information? Yes. How far along is the progression of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun actually. We're waiting until the lines of information that weren't questioned can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in House of Spiders. And like, look at her. Have you heard her? She talks? She doesn't know anything. Then what's she even doing here? There's work to be done contingent upon information obtainable only in the recent inhabitants of the House of Spiders. Following a discussion with upper management, I decided to put you to use as the company has originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tongue. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is a result of calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected game, as the term goes. With such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who will be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciating costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to the next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say lack thereof, in projected income statements. Well, suffice it to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could be that could prickle and sting. Was Kira almost felt as he's traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurts. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. Not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. So you anticipate some form of corporate level retaliatory response against your person, as indeed a curious line of reasoning. But I must tell you that unlike your typical backstreet syndicates such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choice to may incur losses. The value of information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of Grey Brother the Middle, those two considerations are likely to increase their value in the eyes of the company. Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? Heck yeah, on about. Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through all the immediate intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range available means the compelled disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serum, technical suggestions, electrical shocks, and stimulation, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share similar predilection. You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Honam turned towards the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That was far too... that too was a rather foolish thing to say. I would refer this matter to you, manager. Work with this sort likely falls, more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LC only had just finished laying into dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught in thought when someone quite unexpectedly made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't laying a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why I did exactly that. To aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice anything in a family. Huh. Family. Coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out. That fucker Matthias. He was only a great brother. He was a great brother only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising to see, it's the same treatment for the bowl cut too. Young Ryoshu. Could it be that that's harbor a passionate zeal for the I quickly clapped my hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed in this conversation. So what exactly is your point? The point is you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. Quick kill. Fuck. I know the other one sliced your neck clean though. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. Ryoshu has such a kinder heart now. Look at her. Even her threats are a bit more mild when she's dealing with people we don't want to kill. SYNC isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking the loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked! Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory are actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking this weird ass abbreviations? Like SYNC? That's so random, who even says that? Yoshi didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. But is it really the right call? It's to her, or probably people she needs to settle a score with. As if. Half of her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even conflicted with her book. Or confiscated her book. Isn't the middle star excuse for loyalty means so much for this story that she'd bite us? Besides... no. Better hear from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause... well, cause Papa's weaker than y'all. Huh. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. When we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I seen the person and was successfully persuaded. Come, you'll find your weapon on the table you may use in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it. She was going to try to swing at Hohenheim. You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. Matter which is the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us. Looks like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Oh, I think for those she feels a bit bad for her. Not like extremely bad for her, but probably does pity her a bit. I'm gonna quickly go use the bathroom and then I'll be right back. Apologies for the delay. I'll leave the music on now since it is Kino. I'm back. Wayfarer.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
Combat? What the fuck? I thought this was just reading. Yes. I'm Blake. I can answer that question. Only a few days have passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. Favorite Arknights event? Give me a night to think on that, Maxine, and I'll have a well thought out answer for you tomorrow. I'll try and think of my top 5. I'll look through the event list later tonight. But off the top of my head, probably the Spectre Altar event was super fun with the ship. That or the Texas Altar event. one of those is probably my favorite. Aside of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed, but Callista's so-called artworks were now covered in wood sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed around all around the back doors. Brizzy, who might these people thither be? Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seemed introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from the Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation of the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? The corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has on prior occasions been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees have also taken a liking to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. I remember the company VII take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognition in some way. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen. Well, W Corp, from what I've heard, is free falling at this point. Yeah, to be fair, they fucking literally once you hear how the wharf train works, I couldn't imagine ever getting on one. It seems fuck. It seems like such a torture. No, I could take it. I could take being on it. I'm strong. I'm cool. That's what you sound like. Because you are strong and cool. And these are the managers and senators of the LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining the investigation effort. I understand. Field operation units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you provide us with provided is more than sufficient. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in a greeting. Please make your acquaintance. Name's Alan, leader of Doorbridge Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the Buzz's team's performance. You capitalize on suppression distortions at T-Corp as a leverage to push your products. I was about to say, what has he heard about us? He heard about how we sold something to the president of T-Corp. You know, technically that is probably our biggest achievement, isn't it? Okay, that's pretty funny. And the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Yeah, we're supposed to be storage and resolving specialists to the public, but what's that product part about? The manager says that it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan has pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He's referring to the Monolith Cells project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Herbert, T-Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's a misprint, huh? Yeah, pretty fucking crazy. We did just pal around with the fucking president of T-Corp for a while. Time Killing Time is such a good interval. I should replay it casually at some point. I don't think I ever replayed it once I got voice acting. We read the agreements. Now I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave a sliver of information she gave up a sliver of the information she had. Honestly, I got pretty much nothing if it's about the Robo in his room, Unk in his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other over there when she's popping out the farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's gathering materials. Let's see, what kind of materials? Human guts and all that? Should come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some backstreets area. The backstreets, any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. What, that literally all I got, for real. For a moment, Alan looked at Kara with a stiff expression. Even before I could register what happened, Kara's head jerked aside from a sudden punch by Alan. I thought Kara was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there, blinking, eyes around in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact, the chain of actions was there, but it didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell is wrong with you? As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? With all that whining, I thought that Barrett could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed that level of warning would not be appropriate in this case. Inappropriate. Team leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. We're a wholesome limb family here. We don't hit our children. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. Alan will keep them in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kara looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free. So frickin' annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Alan. Well, I told Noah after I played the Kanto, I was just like, man, the best thing for Kiara would be if she joins Moses and gets to be on the fun team. The banter, I mean, just imagining Vespa having to deal with Moses and Ezra just at the same time, or deal with Kira and Ezra at the same time is just the funniest thing ever. And you could easily imagine Moses not being that bothered and just like, you know, going with the flow. Because I mean, she does Ezra just fine, so. The punch just now, though, what was that? It exhibited behavior that defied the standard laws of physics, presumably a form of technology utilized by the Wayfarer Company. Let's resume the task at hand. Scenario, give Team Leader Alan whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But I, H, and I, where they actually lead, it's all blurry. I don't know. She obviously doesn't remember. It seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that be sufficient? We know now that the doors lead connect to a perceivable area. There's already a big improvement in terms of the initial for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. I gotta say, if that's like a significant amount of information for you guys in terms of how you need to work, damn, you know, that's pretty good. That means like you really don't need that much information to like get to work. Really how I really like how major back doors are in like the city. Cause they're really striking when I saw them when like you read them in Leviathan when they come up. But it's really nice to see like them used in so many different story contexts. I have no idea. You're probably right. Which means there's less of a chance for us to encounter a space beyond human perception past those doors. God, he looks so fucking jaded, which is fair. This work is probably terrible. Just like, oh boy, opening random doors in the fucking city. And like, these are doors that like dangerous people have. Alright then. I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? I'll start with the one Rio mentioned. Huh? You don't trust me at all, huh? Why'd you even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan begins setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened for us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. Their procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. Oh, cool! Hell! Oh boy! Farvest! Hell! What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? That is so fucking cool. Fuck. I mean, like I said this when they first released. Like their design is so cool. The Falvis, I believe is how it's pronounced. They are so cool that it's like they make me like the ring so much more, just because like, goddamn, you know, maybe it's okay. You're so fucking weird if you look that fucking awesome. Like, I'd hang this in my wall, like on my wall. Tell people I killed it. That's impressive. Like, fuck. The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues, perhaps taxidermied animals. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit, the scale's just insane! That's the whale from the Aid Association Great Lakes Special Issue! Kara, who seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with a harpoon of his, huh? And it's a Great Lake whale. It doesn't look like the one we encountered, though. Organisms from various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not alive, but... Duh, the Robo-Unca did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could just see the moving ones. Everything here is dead. Man, still looks crazy sick though. The vibes really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way that she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The eyes of a second kindred, the house of Tepes. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on a more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention. The body parts, like hands and bones, that looked as though they'd been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery. Of the School of Fauvism, probably a main studio at that, which comes with a Meister's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we'll be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequences. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Turning towards the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. The presence is kind of like Papa's. Ain't no way. That's not a raid boss being cleared at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. The door is connected to the house of spiders. Escaping without installing a security system wouldn't invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate a lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers who wore a peculiar bone mask stepped forward. The voice that spoke with us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Damn, this guy's outfit's fucking right as hell. And the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You? Who are you? Right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back then. Back when I used to visit your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensations of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey. And the predator's ferocious yet carnivorously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that Meister whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon, praising the intensity of primal colors and the strength of the living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right, Emile Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. Don't presume. I only remember you because of that, because of that tactility of hides and guts made for a passable AW. At first glance, it looked like Ryoshu was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the Maestro. But I had a feeling she was in fact dragging this out on purpose by his time. That lockdown sequencing, how much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who's been shooting the ring member, intense glare sparked by the discovery of the kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is by nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture for trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with serious discussion. Instead, what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes. Because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes, he saw what she was looking at. He quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, it seems more like grasping straws. At the end of their gaze was Yoshi's blade, Arayashiki. I was gonna try using this anyway. I've long wanted to see if a master's death is any different. Telling her that we're just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen for the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration, material that is so conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshi is the wielder of Raishiki. Don Quixote is kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to have the golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshi? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not clock. Think of that woman as Lei Hang, and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right, this is probably our best shot. What Ryoshi meant was clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, and catch them off guard by slowing down the flow time. A cut from Araishiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the Meister long enough to give us time to get away. The floor of this exhibit only has the submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there's some passable ones that show promise of excellence. Above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here. A masterless one at that. Acquiring the Araishiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste. Confusion flickered across Ryoshi's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock on the House of Spiders used to be binding Araishiki no longer exists. So why? Why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rumors of remastering that relic, were they false? The Meister only gave a loose swing of his arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshi recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than like a gash, yet the Meister's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshi's arm and her own, as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts when I saw you today. Was House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think of a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student and look at the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why, it's lamentable. It's lamentably disappointing. The Meister advanced towards us with assured certainty, then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. Now, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. A The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, and the jaw, bound not by bone but by ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admired their structural refinement. The thrice-coiled ring on her ring finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls and ceiling suddenly began to echo with the sickening splelch and crack of flesh and bone assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim the delivery of a promised material with a single bite than the work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestra plunged her arm into the long serpentine body of the monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure of oppressiveness as that of the nurse fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go, step aside. The attack from the E-group gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like punches midway through the hurling motion. The one who intercepted the blow. Shit. It's Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her still-sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit, this wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. The look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle, For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you inked quite a quantity of those tattoos under yourself. You must be that new kit Matthias took in. What do you stand in my way? Fuck if I know, I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it, they're definitely gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must have been instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head on. So the behavioral facets of the psyche can be controlled with simple training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister! Quit yapping and let me use my blades! Authorized and ready. Lifting locks now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from the sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume his defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Ben was armed from the deadlock as well. The Maestro lashed out again with the monster's limb, but... Huh? 'Tis foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee to glimpse the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed it into the arm with her full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the Maestro attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing to the door. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence, I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. I ran the door. Fast retrieve the organic remnants of Center 3. As Fast made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out from her lips. Called up for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having sizable force of the ring trail behind her through the door. Kira too seemed to have realized the risk that no one in the right mind would take. She lowered her head in defeat as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. Such a dumbass, what was I even thinking, diving in like that? You, don't you stand there! Get over here now! But this guy's can fly nearby. You TTM, wanna get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Blocking the Maestro's arm by hair as it came down on her again, Kira huddled towards the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinner who had gone in ahead, but Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, I will manage to sever connection between the back doors before the Meister could cross over. Oh god, you think you can still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Kara will be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the Ring's members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case... Guys, I assume you're all available right now? So I called out the sinners. The voices come through on Hohenheim's radios one after another. I guess so. Wait for your orders, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever. Hang on, I need to finish this fight. Everyone to me! Oh my god, Dante now has the power to summon them whenever he wants. Yay. That last Canto really buffed him for situations like this.
네, 내려라 모자리들 이라는 뜻이다. 응? 왜 그딴 표정으로 쳐다보는 거지? 설마 내가 그 로싱이나 이희돈홍처럼 온순해졌을 거라 기대했나?
Say something that the ring's paint is. Some say that the ring's paint is made from the same base materials as augmentation tattoo. Fuck tattoos. They're both nigh indelible pigments that take considerable effort to rinse, let alone bleach. They fall with some painted unfertile. Lead team, I'm sorry. Protea, man, lead team's changing. The first step is always but a single animal. If with every quest for variety, another beast is layered atop the previous specimen. I mean, it's like his most useful power. Being able to summon the sinners from anywhere is pretty goddamn strong. Oh, I didn't really hear him. The camera was here to yell at me.
어중간한 연민이 이런
Just
불필요한
abandoned me,
고통을
forsook me.
가져오는 거야. 목숨을 거두려 했다면 머리를 베었어야지.
Have some warm up. Totally badass ass kicking. Disemboweling. All my metal is crossed out. Crossing dervish. Violet breaking slam. Burger. LC.
하고들 시간이다. 잔후에.
Oh man. Fuck, I'm almost out of coffee. I gotta make more.
이제 쉼표에서 벗어나네.
God bless combat. Combat is water.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공모대 같았어. 가만히 남았어도 이 정도쯤은.
모, 분, 조, 토. 역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는군. 저 도야지 같은 새끼.
So how you guys doing? Fun Intervallo so far. I like the setup of going through all the doors and the house of spiders and seeing what's on the other side. Cause it very rarely could be good things. Hello, Virtual. I'm at the first combat encounter of the Intervallo.
잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
The father or the farthest Maestro was very cool.
태어난 곳으로
I really like his
돌아가.
big fucking skull.
살고자 하는
Or her big fucking skull, I'm sorry.
무덤으로 돌아가라. 너희에게 꽃을 달아준다면 피아노가 어울리겠어. 가장 새빨간 지옥 세계.
I love Win, right? Well, Cry Best, I appreciate you being here. You have no idea what's going on.
충정. 아직 다섯 번
자세 틀림은 없고.
God, their outfits are so, like, clean.
속삭.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
하고들 시간이
왜 엄마가
잔후에.
Clean 'em
삼촌들이랑
up,
말도 못
Jim.
섞게 했는지.
It's also just me, Virtual, so I have to read the entire Intervallo by myself. I know.
여기서도 내려가는 실력자들이었을 거야.
Times are tough.
행
지금처럼
그렇다.
엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘.
Araya, shut up!
언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에
She's still talking! It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought it was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We will merely be set by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, it wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me, weirdos? We would have opened them all at the end of the day, SD. SD, what's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something. Or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's WA. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated for this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I'm bracing myself for the worst. God fucking sucks to be that team. Hey, okay, so you guys have to go through the really scary doors, helped by the really scary, fingers. We don't know where they lead, but probably to other fingers. And it sucks. It's gonna be terrible. They're gonna kill you. It was really funny, Virtual. I really like the Intervallo just starting with them talking about what everyone else remembered of Wuthering Heights. As Dante and Heathcliff just depressedly look down. The back rooms? No, that's for all viewers and potential viewers will be thrown to them. Subscribe down below to Blake's Beef. Wow. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition with any casualty are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who'd manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those Falvis won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf clock. And those Falvis beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they got that much history, they must know many backdoors, both the origin and destination points. Adam clarified what Ryoshi was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternative routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves that overmuch. Even if that were the case, it is likely that they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. They always rush for the spread's sake, though. Even the Falvis Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the events that took place in the House of Spiders. Even so, it follows that they'll need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope for their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, and the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all back doors related procedures say the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt any block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw with the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Ryoshi lifted the sheath of her sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering most faint. 'Twas seen by all indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is that is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshi was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshi's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting through the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshi, do you? Is it an SS? A demon edge, an enchanted blade? Which is it? It's probably neither of those, nor is this a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Allen. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away, too. Are we to return to headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate. I'd assume so. This is kind of, where the sword was, fostered.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 목, 애를 전부 채워.
Relics in the sign. Oh fucking boy, that's quite the name of a node. I'm excited to see what I learn here. Hohenheim brought us what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows, and screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus company. Follow what? Oh god. Sorry, I need to drink some water. Fuck. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus company following Operation Spider Pyre. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. I should just read slower. Is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into a regular phenomenon observed during the operation. Irregular phenomenon? An example. Research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner 11's sign, and the manifestation of possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along, either to watch the show or kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now, at the latest. The scabbard rattled against the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshu. I expect you'll want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side and examined what was probably going to be. Examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get Sinclair then. Wait. Not even close, Brightbizzle. But don't worry, we're on Canto, or what would be like chapter 9 of the game. So you know, you're missing hundreds of hours of context. It's making my way towards Sinclair, who's getting bombarded with questions. An unexpected figure behind the pillar caught my eye. It was Vespa Crabpro. No, Dawn, he was hiding in the one place you weren't. With a big piece of paper covered in a crooked handwriting taped to his back. Snack thief? Manager. Karen's snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate them all up. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Verge, kick his ass. Not only in this matter, not worth pointing fingers over, but Karen also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I'd prefer you exercise more care next time, or it could put me in a tough spot. Understood. Karen, super sulky mode engaged, not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep, mode disabled. Not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Karen forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius looked on with inscrutable expression as Karen peeled the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Maybe I should remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on this trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it in his mouth. Wait a minute. I was saving that for later. I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know, yet I still see you gobbling up my share. Took my snacks too, Verge. Kick his ass. Rodion Rimonovich. I'm aware that half of this little snack budget allocated to each center is being funneled into your snacking expenses, and now you're writing the LCE supplies as well. Chill, that toad's been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that and this is this. I clap! Motherfucker. Shut the fuck. God damn it. Oh, it's so funny. The lines on Rejoice's brow looked deeper and more deeper than what the fuck is wrong with me? The lines on Rejoice's brow looked deeper than usual today. Goodbye, Virtua. hoping to help him out with the endless cycle of snack-related headaches and satisfy my own nagging curiosity. I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my tick-tocks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of peculiar significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the Manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility of the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. If there were more individuals bearing signs, there'd be a wider pool for comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate noticeable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, you mean people like Damien and Sanson? Wait, could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonia? I should step in and put an end to the subject before Rhodia gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right. Sinclair in the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, those layers of light rings Damien used to finish off Cromer, or Sanson's dragging us into an unusual story. Those could be it. And that does seem plausible. So none of that information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you've stated, any discussion of the subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fear would be a necessary response at present. This is at best grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth the hypothesis that vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh yeah? The bit about the sign, maybe some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the sign's workings may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no actual evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which the hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh yeah, you thought I was being dragged off, but I still let it happen anyway. No, I mean... I'm kidding, I just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought of a joke around like that. He's really changed lately, for the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, some small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking the sun reacts through electrical stimulation. And, I filled out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list sensations you felt when you were in consciousness. And your memories of the moment have yet to return? No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Faust said they only exist within my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have this memory, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. In such a case, the Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. The future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, and the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again, more the nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, remember or not, the future came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him got be left up in there somewhere, yeah, like muscles memory or whatever. Perhaps he still be put some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Heard you knocked off some, you kicked off proper there, even pulled out that trick you picked up from back then. Plastered old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that man technique quite effortlessly too. What? A glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used a glowing ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, what exactly is the glowing ring thing, anyone? Some technique to enhance physical capabilities? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you real tough is one part of it. But that's gotta be more, right? It can't just be a DBZ aura. I don't know. Could be a secret finger thing that passed down to the members, technique gear or something like that. Look at it. The black colony leader, that Lai-Hang prick, and the nurse squads we fought. Whole lot of them fingers, ain't it? One notion seems to unravel. Even among the LCD, there were those that came to wield it. And for Julius too. So what? Only the proper heart bastards can use it? Some posh, top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the center slowly turned their gaze towards Julius and Vespa. I learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, from what I can spare some rumors, though they're without proper sources. Rumors? They circulate among elite fixers and association leadership. As there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers? Sayest thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it. How the tips really spread through hair, so. Oh yeah, that tracks. The super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid. Bro's really popping off with it. Straight up aura formed with the shiny mang wrapped around the weapon. It must be that mine eyes are yet too pure to see such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue, literally in the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it. Videotape? Alas, for many a week I have been stranded from Mephi, relieving me of the chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest ones as well. Woe is me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the mental Shin grants its use a high degree of physical enhancement. Grandma's heard about it before. Grandma's strong. There's no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent with prosthesis and augmentation, and depending on how it's used, the consequent it demands can reach a level comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved to those of considerable strength. At our current level, it is not unreasonable to assume we can make use of it. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. Oh my god, I'm so happy Moses made me like an information set on Mang and Shin. According to her, physical strength itself is little bearing on one's ability to learn to wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know its proper method of training. Why ain't that just dandy? Anyone can learn something that powers them up. How nice. This will give so much more leeway for future storytelling. It's like hockey. You like hockey, don't you? You like One Piece? Don't you? You like EAM? I know you like EAM. Don't you? Vespa's brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Rejoice's lips. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's a real big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes and he uses a harpoon, too. Can you argue with that? Can you argue with that? Fuck. If I were to exaggerate, even Senator Yi-song contract itself could manage to learn it. Oh, why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Well, because you're the One Piece one here. They will never get tired of bringing that shit up. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by the contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities, or come from extraordinary circumstances. Shame, that would have been useful. Don't worry, I'm sure when this is all over, you'll all be emotionally stable enough to wield it. Or like, die. I don't know. One of the two. Hey, what about me then? Can I learn it too? Kira, who'd been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the medical nurse didn't use any Shin or Mang. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. Huh. It wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Vespa's responses always come back dripping with venomous hatred when the conversation turns to the topic of fingers. Kara must have noticed too, but perhaps she simply couldn't find the right word to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling to a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes. You'll be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. God, Kira's outfit is just so fucking based. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal. Closer to a threat than you are an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you'll be the one who pays the price. There's nothing in what Joe said that I could argue with. I just told him to be a bit nicer to her. She seems like she had a tough time. Well, thank you. I'm always happy to see new people click on the channel because... Fuck, I lost the sub for my last short. I definitely need them. Turns out, schizo content isn't the play. Or maybe it's not the play yet. I think we have to do... Maybe I should do, like, more generic content to appeal to people and trick them into coming into my den of villainy. Anyway, Kira's been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LC researchers. and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. But she's so cute in PogChamp. Come on. She's just a little guy. She didn't know what she was doing. It was Matthias. She was tricked. Ignore all the blatant joy she showed and how hyped she was to kill us. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting the decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings towards her. Yeah, see, exactly. She's adorable. You can't blame her for anything. She doesn't... Look how stupid she is. She's like Don Quixote. You can't be mad at Don Quixote for, like, you know, being a fucking second kindred. Right? She's probably killed a lot of people. Actually, she didn't kill that many people. She kind of just was holed up in her mansion, then won, like, a quest after running a successful carnival for a while. But Don Quixote is funny! That means Kara's funny and you keep her. Leaving Kara alone with her thoughts, the sinners slip back to their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever has happened around LCA. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. Before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryosha returned. Whew. Fuck. God, there's so much to read. Well, this is how it is. Okay, I'm gonna go make some coffee so I don't, like, collapse before this is over, because I still have quite a few notes to read. How long are these? Like, 12? 13? I wonder if there's gonna be a dungeon in this one. There might not be. Either way, I'll be right back. I'll leave the music on because it's very, very awesome. I'm back. Sorry about that. I made some coffee and I made some food. So now I am back and I will be sustained for the rest of this stream. Ren Ketsune. And it turns out Blake needs dinner. I wish it was a combat node. To present the conclusion first now, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not in the blade, but the scabbard. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature, yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? Ryoshi's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Well, I'm happy I brought you back too. I wish everyone would know when I stream. That'd make everything easier for me. Somehow, but we also made a Discord now, so now you can use that too. Because, you know, after yelling at my friends and I for many years, we finally did the thing that people might appreciate. Somehow I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. Fuck! God damn it! First fucking time. Sorry. You didn't miss much. You missed Ryoshi on screen. That's a lot. I'm sorry. Ah, fuck! Burned my tongue on my coffee. Fuck. Can't drink it yet. I was stressed, so I went for a sip of coffee and I got punished. And the soothing water will cool me. I know, laugh, you may laugh. Game rules in here, you can't say don't laugh. People can laugh at me. The scabbard has its own will. Does that mean the honor of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence on the question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. Fuck. I simply asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approach is zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? Okay, cool. I was kind of hoping that like the funny Labubu wouldn't be dead, but I guess she's forever she. Thank you, Honan. There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Major Dante. Such matters are reserved for a scientist to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread, something that could lead to restoring Senator Ryoshi's memories. Though again, it is merely probability. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis of the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordination with Alan for your next duty. You should still be in the ring in your father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim cuts himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go. Anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, sinister pretending that they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving. It was pretty clear to me that they've been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Alright, sorry, forgot the rest of you weren't with us earlier. Faust, Donkey, Ryoshi, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war executive manager? We talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah. Best remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception. I like how Kira's already gotten this threat from multiple people, so it seems so much lessened from Otis now. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people just to be safe. It was kind of fucking awful last time. One of the doors we went into earlier had turned the ring's corridor. It was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hands dropped the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, Executive Manager. I know I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, Executive Manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone you're concerned about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I got it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keel over the moment you summon me. Feel a bit dodgy. That better stick by your side and scrap it out myself. Fuck, I keep wanting to do fucking like cowboy. I don't know. It's just like I think it's just easier for me to do than British Chav. I really have like. You know, there's like a deep part of me that doesn't want to be British. And I'm not. I'm not British. So I try really hard to not sound like I am. You probably don't need me coming along, then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. Our research yet unfinished shows my efforts. I shall join you once it is found closure. I don't really think I can need much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, Manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. I'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get dangerous. And Marceau's Kanto is next, so I want to make him rest. For now, I should go see Alan again. And that's why we love Grandma, because she knows who's on top.
제한 명령 지역으로 이동.
I hope you get to visit Gregor. Oh, you've arrived. I was waiting for you. We sifted through the isolated doors with the highest probability of leading to the Rings Gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping my stuff. Oh, gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell me about gates? Doors? Yep. The door over there, pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in all hyped about some canned whatever it was. And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle, Papa'd go in there and cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably protected by a thumb-up subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a single door, Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seems solid even to someone as clueless as the back doors as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated, even after Alan, that Alan character roughed her up from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd clam up out of spite. I wonder if she'd change her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let her guard down. Executive Manager, there's no telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin', I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and letting you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They'll look just about the same. Just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did just say these are the safest doors. Or safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door he's looked open to, Ryoshu suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door. It feels familiar. You recognize that door? That's only a question mark. He didn't sound so excited. I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly as Ryoshu stopped speaking when a fragment memory painted over parts slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know, let's go for a walk. I don't recall much about it. The memory just now, could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is... judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest, most likely a park. We started walking here bringing some animal along, since I've got money to burn, proper ritual at this place. The walk, the past Ryoshu mentioned in her memory. Instead of people fussing over their pets, the pieces clicked together and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I shouldn't finish my homework faster. Aww. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Want to go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Sarah? Saddest fucking thing ever. I know what happens to this dog. This is workshop Dad always visits. The door there connects to a park. We can go right now. Ryoshu's childhood memory burned bright in my vision for the past. I was her as a kid. Verily, such a gentleness doth seem most unlike the young Ryoshu. Hey, Clock, who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know it's not something I can control, it just happens to some guys, you know? Gee. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see Ryoshu's visions of the past. Good, I asked about that, and I don't think I ever got a clear answer. This time, though, her memories seemed to manifest forever around, just like we experienced in H-Corp with Hong Lu. Which probably means... Or else staring at me, that's so random, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what, you guys zone out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. And again, unlike how it was between Lin Dayu and Hong Lu, Kira doesn't seem to have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, sorrow would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, spiral driven through her. First ever leash, looking back, might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal. How can such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room crying. You were? Not something else. Who else? Oh, see, it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of history, he spoke utterly unconvinced. After a while, I was grieving. Callisto offered to solution. Said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something called a beast bone blade. A tauntaun that would whine and yelp and stir his voice with every swing. Ew, no way. I always knew there was something creepy about RWBY. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. The Tanto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell, alright, nutter, that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and it stared at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remains of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking after hearing all that, why do you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, if you're seeing something like that, you'd want to steer it well clear, yeah? Wait, these things they called artworks are all so cursed, straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I hadn't even checked out other ring artworks outside Albina and her nurse father, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet I learned more and there were some facets that suited my tastes. Thus, findest appeal in those grotesque creations? From what you told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect an understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible. There's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, but bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand you're not an artist? I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for him. The scabbard moved and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was one strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered in fear and anticipation. Night terrors, crying from nightmares in the House of Spiders. Is actually someone who got scared of the ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something we've seen here. Let's go back. Yeah, nothing else here worth checking out anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here. Used to be a huge artwork display here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed to practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Mommy. What's wrong? Over there. Though I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. Dearest Yoshihide, Arai has reached an age where she may not be able to introduce into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Arai will. Let's get you back to your room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No, too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but it would never truly reach her. I see, this hollow void. This must be Araya. The sensation and motion of what's been emptied into that stirred Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the? How do you get in here? Startled, Kara pointed ahead where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden beneath tent of sorts. This ring assailants from before. Does that not say thus has sealed the doors earlier? How did then did those villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. Yeah, because every Nurse Father's fucking area was basically filled with these, or at least some in the middle one, or the index Nurse Father's area. I think the other ones. I think the thumb one had it too. They probably all had them. As you can see, their objective appears to be retrieval of the ring Nurse Father's artworks. Get on with it. We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought RWBY was washed. She got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Huh. Does artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous death? Posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling with drugs made mediocre pieces with them pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled, but with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name, and the description plaques pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here. Executive Manager. Fuck. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they can try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with Sinus replies this time, but that should be fine. I do appreciate them pointing out before how the ring obviously they're like linked with backdoor technology because like they were some of the first to make use of it. Oh my god, I can finally eat. Oh, I have to warm it up.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다. 그대로 어뢰. 땡하기 전까지 손가락 하나 까딱하지 마. 하고될 시간이다. 잔무에.
짜증나게.
지령의 뜻이면
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길. 여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않는
Man, I put together like a big like 4-story cat tower for my cat that came in today that I ordered online. You did pretty well. Happy likes it. It's like been sleeping on playing on it all day. It's like one piece is like out of piece, but it's not like very important. So I just like try not to look at it.
충정. 지령이 뜻대로.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가. 무파법을 이제야 좀 이해해. 태어난 곳으로 돌아가. 오, 제 행위. 그렇다면
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 네로라는 실력자들이었을 거야.
I got more food, but I didn't get the fork that I was using to eat it with.
혹은 더
So,
대단한 기술을 내가
I
엄마에게
decided to go
가르쳐줬거든.
back and get it instead of using my hands on my spaghetti and meatballs. As much as that might work as an option, I thought it'd be less up. Man, fuck, I was ordering groceries from the store, delivered to my house. I should have fucking bought a cake. Like a birthday cake. Or just for myself.
자세에 틀림은 없군.
I could really go for a cake. Fuck. Man. Whatever. I have other stuff. I don't have to have a cake. I'm really feeling it, you know? Let's eat my dinner.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh god, it tastes like shit.
모, 돈, 조,
전부
토.
녹여서 썰어버려도
역시
상관없지?
모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는 거야.
Jesus
저
Christ.
고야지 같은 새끼들. 포위만 구축. 적개체 무력화.
But yeah, it's like
확인 사살.
one of those like shitty warm up in the
살고자
microwave
하는
meals
모든
for like
것들과 함께
getting meatballs. So it's like not
돌아가라.
it's not that great, but yeah. It's something I can eat fast. Oh. Fuck. Doesn't taste very good. Oh. Holy fuck. Ugh.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is it all of them? She kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but unfortunately no of the ring members were in sight. Right. Where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave, had more of those sides lighting it from the back like they'd been lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking log recorded by surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from the corridor. The corridor? What precisely does the designation of the corridor refer to? A room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall, designated as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information shared in advance? We were planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging notable characteristics of the corridors and all their connected loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she was going through an inner struggle. But before long, however, she snapped out of it like she just locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you, like hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... Got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home. All my memories of it are all fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshi in the only way it could. And accompanied by the tremors, began to move towards the corridor at the middle.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군. 방지할 사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없나.
School.
돌아가지.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은
Prayer, no.
이것으로.
The heck? They swept everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not. SB hither half of thy worldly possessions. Articulated fixer figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, Kay. I'd hella many of them anyway. My TV's gone, the couch too. Skier said, only conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. Oh, those? I'll see researchers hold them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in the staff lounge. Like, having the staff just, like, nick them for their own use is very funny. It's just the leather and the ornaments. They said they'll be selling them off. Yeah. Oda seemed to notice something at the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with a feigned nonchalance. Who knows, with sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much, I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I tell y'all about what I know. So come this way if you want in. These two doors here are made from paper and wood that connect to Escort. The one reinforced with steel here leads to V-Corp back streets, where having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kara was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door away for a company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work, all data seems to match. Thank you for cooperation. Until there was just one back street left to open. Or back door left open. I know this isn't anything new, but I gotta say, the back doors are just too bloody convenient than portals do. It ain't doing anything shitty like the warp trains either, is it? This is as simple as turning the knob and entrance. Seems to me you'll outpace your business travels in no time. It's so fucking devastating for Warp Core that everyone knows now. The paper publisher, everyone knows. I'm a bit hard pressed to agree with the chicken. Fuck! There's an ant on my arm. Little fuckers get everywhere. And see, like, there's no... I can't see a single other one in my... Like, looking around the room. So it's like, where the fuck do they come from? Man, I'm gonna be battling those fucks all summer, aren't I? But I used to live in a shitty house, so I'm used to that. I know how to deal with them. I just leave it a little bit of treats and they'll be sated. You won't come too far into my abode. Since your tent was claimed Wayfarer's superior for the Horn W girl, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong? Every technology comes with cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. Well, this would have been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quantity of information you provided. Do you understand the Wayfarer Company's primary service include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance? Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on the pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the path secured well. To keep the secured path well secure. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. I mean, it's a pretty good, like pitch, being like, oh, hey, we'll offer, like, the warp and fast travel tech, and most of the brutal human cost is on us. You just have to pay more. And I mean, yeah, I pay more, but I don't have to go on a warp train. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions, just in case. Cool, so they're just scary fucking interdimensional, like, whatever the fuck's lurking in the fucking, like, time stream space. Very cool. Maybe his dry smile and sudden lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be faced by most horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is turning out much better than I expected. Very well, let's take a look at the last door. It's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar salty smell tickled the tip of my one of my claw cans. This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? What does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute, isn't that... It's that place, isn't it? That port ship that has that salon de Molochs, that private hair salon. No way. No way, I'm not gonna see Ricardo here, am I? Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified. Oh, does it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? I quit it with the luscious nonsense last. Why encourage me now that you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous speck of the lake? Indeed, alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Ah, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Well, that's fucking sad. And I'm sad, Heathcliff. I mean, technically we're still in Hong Yong. And he could always take a door back here. Come on. The technology's there. We're not the only ones with it. Sweet, then can I use them? We were regulars at the Moloch's place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle of fam for a favor, and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They gave away hair coupons every 10 visits, you see, so I... what am I even yapping all excited? Kira seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did care for me, so why? But it's also true these guys went another way to get me out of there. Out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. Why's it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you an unaesthetic BC. The hexa BC. Bowl cut. Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Ryoshu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she did after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, even since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the sinners had less reaction to voice their frustration with Ryoshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer cause to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he sent to were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and impractical they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer inwards at the interests of the family. Well, Jesus Christ. This shit just got sad real fast. Even Dawn talking about her fucking family. Cause that's like... it's like how she got into everything. Jesus Christ. Now I'm gonna cry. Tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like, Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or, yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now, a good man. This among the nurse fathers caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized I'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thus saith, pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of the man? That I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Forrest, get off my fucking desk, you're in the way of the text of the game I'm reading. Go. Be gone. Or hang out in the cat tower right here. There we go. Just pat on it long enough and he'll get the idea. Forrest is the name of my cat. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since he quit school. Bullshit, I've never been to school. Never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching how to use those doors. I even saw baby you going off to school, Dad, in that video. So I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't. Secure went on, his confidence from initial retorts and slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much for her memory being mutilated. Ryoshu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Hey, wait, Dante, you said you didn't do this on purpose. Now you're clearly doing this on purpose. You're tricky, Dante. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the Ring. Academy. You sure it was a school, not an art academy or something like that? Perchance it'd be an academy, not a school. Wait, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah, it must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Huh. Ryoshu muttered a few words as though they were pieces of puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned towards me with a astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. Ah! Then smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident changing my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how do I go to a school? School. Yoshihide, well, I don't see why you would wish, although needed to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. I would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightened than trudging through any nests formulaic education systems. If you meet someone who is homeschooled, this is what they might have gone through. Run. Do not interact with someone who is homeschooled. They could be very dangerous. They are likely insane. But Dad, I saw him in picture book. And I don't have any friends here. Oh, Ryan. But it's true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group, fuck. You know, dyslexia is a hell of a curse. Erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will work with you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There's an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age, will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript proves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can. Hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice? Of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along to lectures and spout purple prose, all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corporus techniques. Now take a good look at the diagram here. Then the mannequin before you leads the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and I don't know where you're learning about corporatist stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't get what the point of the slug is, trying to shape blood vessels and make colors that drop ink and do better. I read in that book. I'm more excited to learn about cubism technique in this crap. I want to be into cubism. Honestly, what's this why should a movement even part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Made you mad because of Daddy Slam corporist? Oh, he is? No wonder her stuff is just as ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Then bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have a special reference or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just that I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy! You're home early! Oh man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You got dust all over you. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class size, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you in a word, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, just some business to take care of. Why don't you sit tight and work on the coloring book? Dad will be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. Yeah, I read Kara's comment stuff. I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them sunny sods, don't learn respect unless you beat them into them. Huh. If only you'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would end right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family, you automatically get written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Jesus Christ. Huh? There you are, Yoshi. The class is starting already. My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it, but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastard's tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, there's so many. There are so many stimulant brats here. Well, as for the crimes, this slapped my buddy's face. I have to leave a mark. That's an arm for you. As to the instructor, well, anyone agreed that they'd once our job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence. Uncultured, uncivilized animal. Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshida. I have eyed out yet another academy worth your talents. It's much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an interpretive berserker like Matthias wouldn't dare force one to such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna. Yoshida? I don't want to go to an academy. I don't want to go. I don't need friends anyway. For all this posturing, nothing was ever important to me. Nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. It took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things that I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract he took me away from the house of spiders made me tremble in anxiety. Because I was worried about, I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which has been stirring lightly as Ryoshu recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Ryoshu patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard was once a Raya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to the last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in childhood. Very funny, that's true. Feels so fucking bad for Heathcliff. The game keeps reminding me of it. Keeps being like, hey, look at Heathcliff. He lost Kathy and there's nothing that can ever be done about it. Well, anyway. That's like the third time. Oh yeah, I didn't know that RWBY was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf? Oh. Hazy memories, I almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman, but my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yeah, decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threw it together into a sculpture. Thinking back to it, it was once our excuse for an art. He sorely mistakenly thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make him feel better. Could have spared his details less. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. What's up? Gonna get the lectures treatment before heading back? Shut it, you! It ain't that. Look there, this blow swallowed out song. Man, I love this haircut that they gave me. Let me put my dog mask back on. Flawless, ain't they? They found us. It would be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in a different district of the city, especially at the Flawless scale, however. Various evidence such as their mass and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention and they're in the same pack as the one making regular incursion into the House of Spiders. This is LCB speaking to Team Leader Alan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. And why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! What the hell, what? Don't you know where they are? Smack dab in the middle of protected turf. Cause the scene of bros and sisters in the middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the Rings unwanted attention, and we certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you got a GI. Talk. Ever play whack-a-mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Let's just head back to the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a good idea to walk through that door. She put forth a sound strategy, declared the manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting a puzzled look as the entire squad came pouring through the door long before the finished lockdown sequence. Due to the newly emerging complications past the door, we concluded that this location is the optimal point for an interception engaging the infiltrators in the ring. This location, you say? Oh wait, the door leads to his own syndicator wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here then. Happy to work with some quick on the update. It wasn't long before the Flawless began to rush through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they were relaxing, but, well, can't be helped. And I summoned sinners back to work. Man, Dante's working them to the bone.
네, 내려라 모자리들 이라는 뜻이야.
God.
왜 질선 표정으로 쳐다보는 거지? 설마 이제 심수에선 벗어났나?
Oh, fuck. I can't even finish reading this. This is fucking gross. It's like shit. What the fuck? It was like $1.50. You want to taste like shit. Man. The Gatorade will wash it out of my mouth. You didn't give me electrolytes to fuel my oncoming stream.
삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게
Sponsor me, Gatorade. I'm already addicted to you.
그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야.
It's really hard to say, Maxine, because honestly,
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 동호대 같았어.
like,
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I almost feel like Archites is better understood from, like, if you're not playing the game, like, node by node. It's better understood if they get, like, an autistic TED talk about the setting, and, like, get things, like, they watch, like, an 8-hour fucking video explaining the setting, and then reading stories, because I feel like, especially if you're not, like,
아직 5번 더 갈라야만 합니다.
there are like some concepts that are really hard, that I feel like are gonna be missed or like not understood very well in the setting if you're like just reading like
몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도
different
못
like
섞게 했는데.
sections randomly, like different events and different like chapters and stuff. Like I feel like to explain the story of Arknights in a way that people would ever understand, you have to be very
혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
selective if they're not just like playing through it like node by node. In terms of just getting them interested in it, Syracuse or Laterino is good. I mean, sticking to those is obviously better because Penguin Logistics is like, much easier to understand. I would say, I guess Syracuse because it's earlier in the timeline. Like, going to La Arena is like a lot more recent. That's like a year, I guess. I mean, Penguin Logistics is like, you know, it's a fan favorite for a reason. So I guess if I had to pick between those two, I would say, Syracuse. It's okay. One day I'm going to fly to Florida to break into Liam's house and say hi to Liam Jr. He's a cat. And I will give a giant like autistic like presentation on the lore of Arknights and everything I can make just squeeze in an 8+ hour presentation that I forced Liam, Noah, and Ben to sit through. Possibly Richard. I would kind of, if I went to Florida to visit Liam, I would feel kind of offended if Richard didn't like make the drive over, considering he lives in Florida. Like, it's probably a while. It might be a while. I forget like where he lives. I don't have the exact address to docs right now. I would if I did. But if he didn't come over, I feel kind of offended. No, that's like a far off, like, vague idea that I wrote down that I do want to do, but like, you know, that takes a lot of commitment, and I need to like properly plan it, and then I need to like go down to Liam's house in Florida randomly. And like, I'm gonna have to bring lock picking tools and stuff. It's gonna be a big process. I would probably watch it first, Maxine, just to see if it's cringe or not. I think I know which one you're talking about, and I think it's pretty okay. It's like a good primer. Like, you know, it will teach you some of the, it will teach you some good stuff. But, you know, Arknights is so vast that it really deserves, like the 8 to 12 hour schizophrenic breakdown by Madman. I could be that Madman. But, that would be one hell of a project, man. That is the format I want to show. I would want to show it, though. Oh, I don't remember the name of the YouTuber. I'm sorry, Maxine. It was just like in one-off video. I don't think I was like subscribed to the person. So I don't remember the name of whoever made it. But I can actually look it up right now. I do have the internet available to me, in fact. But I'm tired. Fraser, LMG.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께
no, actually, this was not the one I watched.
기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가
Which one
그
did I
중에서
watch?
가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
Arknights explained.
경미한 손실을
No, I still haven't played Infield yet. I
이제 말씀하셨던 야근을
installed it,
알후가 탈출했다.
but I haven't played it yet. I'll get to it eventually. Where the fuck is the video I watched? I don't even see it. Maybe we shitty. I don't know. No, I'd see it, Maxine. Yeah, no, I haven't seen that one actually. Miseries. Am I only a third done? I am. This is Miseries. Okay, and that about wraps up the middle corridor. Thank you, folks. We managed to cut the door catalog workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door, too. Made my life a whole lot easier. And all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the thumb corridor, but we actually found a lot of intel laying around there, so we just need to check some of the doors in his basement. Intel. The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. That. In the thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of some members, and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. But the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting. They helped us get an idea of where each door in that corridor leads to. Valenciana's shitty scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with that useless shit the whole time. Huh. Useless shit? Remnants of her, in her desperate search for a thread to cling to. You found one for backup ticket hoards. It marked any door that, that need work, with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. Would you guys do that? I've got some leftover work to take care of here, so. I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. Whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling a conversation with, Kelsar back at P Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Yeah, you know what to say about the cat. Fucking dies. Not you. No, you, Forrest. I love you. Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked door and return here. Thanks a ton, wasn't it? With Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer company employees were huddled around, we decided to walk the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in there, and more of the ring, maybe? Going by the silhouettes, they're unlucky to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. It's a detective, some stubbly guy I don't know, and an annoyingly airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor, and Hong Li, respectively. The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Fine as a fiddle, just a minor fall. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We had to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Hong Li's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened, but your arm is stable, see? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. I understand what you might have been worried about, but I don't see even the earliest portents of it. You can put in the Discord Maxine, and I'll get to it. Or I can put mine in Discord later. Either or. I don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you were in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or, I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and that's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on them like this? That geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an IS about himself for once. Why walk away? Man, Ryoshi's so fun. Really, she's like so much more talkative too. I mean, we're still in like the House of Spiders, but I hope that keeps it up once we like leave all finger-related activities for a while. Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshi's acronym, and Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Otis stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She's listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right, damn it. She was right all along. Why was she listening so intently? She really, really wants to hear someone say Otis was right. She yearns for it deeply. And I don't blame her. I just have to say, chat, I got like a desk arm for my mic. I was just like on like a stand before. But with this desk arm, it's so much nicer. I can like lean back in my chair and my mic can still be like, you know, close enough to my mouth where I can talk. And you're a good man, Daxifer. That's why we like you. Because you support the agenda that hags should be loved. The war isn't over. Never was. It can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now let's revisit a question you couldn't answer what the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable. Like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash your disease. You never know when its symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step in when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that, at present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to. No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they've killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of war. Can I really trust Gregor to crumble under inevitable pressure? I see you're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, at first I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't ever get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey, we've begun to think of you all as my comrades. And I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thugs with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that, the same arm, my arm, a weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fellow said that I was an exception, that alone made me hope. Exception? A potent but harmless, a potential to be harmless, weird and even a non-combatant licky song that made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, didn't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. And after that, I couldn't bring myself to fight again, because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again, because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on, nothing else. Usually brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like it's all happened yesterday. Best kick me off the bus before push comes to. That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Not then the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people of the city. Now that's something I never expect to hear from you. I guess you're right. We're seeing this through to any kind of end. This would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them for, like this one does. Boy, the consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Solomon. Just be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in the war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, even Valencia, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes, as though there's something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it, but you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distance you from your path, you come to a pause, despair, look towards the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those slipped you by, are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. God, they really are just like going all out this Kanto, being like, okay, we're gonna have everyone to talk about all this shit. Like, we're just gonna talk about a lot of personal shit. And like Shin. We're also gonna tell you about Shin. And I'm here for it. I'm happy to hear it. Makes the curdling mold that is my brain activate and be like, oh, I already knew that from talking with Noah. I knew that from the story. I'm not brain dead. I appreciate it. See, if there's one thing in common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that lingers for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like a cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and their wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra and Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Aw, man, you knew we've been dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to. Oh well, would have had to share this with the manager Bud and the rest of the fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind. But what's she doing here? T.A. Temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole, I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory and I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Thumb Nurse Father was most attached to? Huh? No, duh. Duh? That's supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys see her? You think I just chat up scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-living shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys in the end, huh? Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was gonna totally swap sides. Really? That? And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long without the scary lady or always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You. That was a very cute interaction. I'm very happy to see it. Look, I think you might be training wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swing from this comic book. It's not how my masters instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to even a single deviation if that means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like the old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshida even came home. Suppose textbook and I had none in common. If this one doesn't know, then let me redirect the question towards you, Ryoshu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the thumb nurse father showed particular attachment to? Or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine, yes, I do remember. Then we need clocks out to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, you fucking fly. What did this G-Corp fox even drag those gross pests from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. I know, you know I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear its head off that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me. So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages for you. Is this kid serious? They got truckloads of expensive treatment on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the field. Well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched every battle with a smile, stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot she was still neck deep in an inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, that ironic peace didn't last. After some time after the war ended, someone called her, the consigliere of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. And beatings returned, and so did the edge of her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on, why though? Sure, I was on the losing side. Wasn't Valentina on the win side a war hero at that? Ever heard of the regulation that prevented Smoke Corp participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. But doesn't seem like the back door drops in any trench dug during the war. Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't end up just giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him anyway. We do not have any means to treat whatever is assumption from his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk they started reliving its painful past. It's the other way around, isn't that so? If you can come to understand the way the war is really over, that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, aren't necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphosize at any moment. Or suggestion may seem blunt. It is one of the basic treatment principles of M-Corp's psychotherapy centers. Ooh, M-Corp psychotherapy centers. Neat. Was that where Henley was gonna go? Or was that a different corp? I feel like Henley was gonna go there. Fine then. Guess I'll open it. Gurr walked up to the door, grabbed its handles and paused, taking a slow, deep breath. Oh my god, look! It's Morphovists! Better beat them. With one arm, he gently opened the door. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead in the front lines of our G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die! It's nice to have a place to go back to. Alright, happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheat to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was. People apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I had woken up from the dream. But I was still... Damn, this fucking Intervallo rocks. I'm just getting a bunch of fucking lore that I wanted to see. Very cool.
곧 작전 시작이군. 그러니 다들 내 시야에 대상 확인했어.
녹슨 지령을 받았습니다. 복제팀의
곧 작전 시작이군.
부름이라면 지휘를 받는 건 오랜만이네요. 부름이라면
맡겨두시게.
이번
지휘를 받는 건
가시죠. 화투페이.
사랑과 정의의 이름으로 지금 이곳에
This place. Eh? It's a boring old office. I was kind of ready to be, shook, thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job for Limbus company. And my desk was over there. The tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get the corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You do whatever you want that way, work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher ups at the holler, hey, VII! And they skittle up right up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walk up to me from behind, I get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must be but the post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Yeah, I know. We sold, like, the very first fucking thing we did. Remember Gary the apple? For all the little bug people? Killed all the little bug people? A lot of veterans had it worse. Gregor? Oh my god, is this guy what's a combat node? Head Manager Ted! Gregor whipped around, his head instinctually leaping to his other arm, as though an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Oh wait, you folks must be the account that the guys up in the other team asked to leave meeting room open for. Land a new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. Well, so how have you been doing? Me, same old, well enough. Not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You're always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, we're gonna sell that commemorative coin, some kind of metal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say at that. No. Just moving on. No one's hounding you with the vet hire shit over there. No, there's none of that there. Yeah, it's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with the dang jackass from Exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. Now, how many years I had to hear that geezer's bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, about how every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found, blah, blah, blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? This is so awkward. Really nailing the energy for, like, suddenly running into someone from where you used to work. That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? You see, misses his ass every day. More genuine laughter. Oh, and get this, remember how I used to call you special employment fellas Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out there was he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing to fix our office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, an actual Nepo? Thought he's oppressed in his family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. That's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with that back in my days are all kind of like him. I doubt their glory days are behind them. Kind of like distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, Backstreet kids like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? Damn, Ted's fucking like learned. He survived. We'll look back and it's all doom and gloom, You ever hit rock bottom, you can also know the only way left to goes up. You said something like that before, yeah. Yeah, guess my old brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Don't worry about it. That's pretty unique prosthesis you got there. No worries, but it seems that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm like, thank you for sending me out of it. I'm gonna be one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go catch up over a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. That man who seemed like Gregor's former coworker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who'd been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke, and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to have suffered from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we're been to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We're not being cursed to relive the pain and suffering in it. Both Ezra and I we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war had indeed ended. Just remember Ted. Everything will be better if you remember your friend Ted. Not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Because remember, Gregor, you did keep under control. You didn't just murder someone in the office. I doubt Ted would be that friendly to you if you just bisected someone in the office with your weird bug arm. Manager Bud? Can't say I can give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who get to have to deal with the aftermath. Geiger would always say the same thing, those suffering from cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on, just live on. And yet, even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, though, that gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. Yeah, I mean, when you're like the cockroach Fuhrer, yeah, I mean, he has a lot to be concerned about. That's a pretty scary thing to have inside you. Most of us just have two wolves inside of us. But no, he's a cockroach Fuhrer. This may be no more than a single ray of sun peering through dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take more than that for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of the present anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away at us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Oh, were you here the entire time? Yes. I was told by the Allen figure that someone has to sit behind to watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Oh man, this is Sassats again. Weird, the corridor is not a place for these newbies to be roaming around of their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through the return door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more Favas pouring out into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find their way into the ring nurse for this corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all! Jeez, Dante. You could just say, let's go, team. It's gone so vital.
내려라 모자리들 이라는 뜻이다.
I think of that one.
왜 그딴 표정으로 쳐다보는 거지? 설마 내가 태어난 곳으로 신이 돌아가라. 이 깊은 홍처럼. 제 행위.
Look how low my viewership is without Noah. Or maybe because I haven't streamed Limbus in a month. I don't know, it could be either or. The people yearn for Noah.
지령에 따라
욕심 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는 저 도야지 같은 새끼들.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
It's only 9:44. Honestly, I'm making pretty good time, I feel. And if you might be thinking to yourself, Blake, that you've been streaming for like almost 4 hours and you're not done. I would say, yeah. If you're gonna look at my other Limbus streams, it takes a fucking while. I yak too much. Not really though. But yeah, really, it does take a long time for me to get through content.
짜증나게.
God, I'm so excited for the next Kanto. It's gonna be so good. They really they're really getting fucking great. Like Dawn's Kanto was really good. I mean, they've all been good. Past like Kanto 3, they've been like very high tier. Like, you know, there were some rough parts in the first 3 Kantos, but like each song onwards was super great. Oh god, last Kanto was just fucking awesome. And like the end of Hong Lu's canto was like super bass.
무분조토. 역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해진다.
해고 가문도
저 고양 같은 새끼.
Can't wait to see what Mercedes has in store. I'm sure it will be really fucking weird. Hopefully Festival will be in it, because we're in Encore.
앞을 밝히자. 후회할 것이 잘 보인다.
방심해.
God, her hammering the revolver like that is so
지름대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
cool
적당한
animation.
컨디션으로 퍼 놈에게
Such a good idea.
사고될 시간이다. 대가는 쓰신 예술이라도 보여줄 셈인가? 진짜 적개체 무력화.
확인 사살.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라. 살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
지름대로 움직일
It
뿐입니다.
also helps it's
지금처럼
really fucking
엄마와 함께
strong.
이곳저곳을 다니며
The less thinking I
많은
have to do,
기억을
the better.
쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에
모처럼
Ted's a
괜찮은
badass,
예술을
though.
보나 했더니
Came
벌써
from
뭐
backstreet
애를
life, now
전부
it's like
채웠고.
a normal corporate job.
방지할 사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도
Respect.
없나.
Basement.
돌아가지. 채워지지 않을 공허를 남겨주지.
More Favas. Once we dealt with the Favas who invaded the Thumb-Nurse Brothers' destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes. And ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Yeah, manager, we just got fucking sick of you teleporting us in every 5 minutes, so we're just gonna hang with you. Don't you guys have off today? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moments. Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today I learned that blacking out will, waking up, to me shaped ended in the cake I was about to chow down on doesn't make for a very relaxing break, haha. Oh, Rhodia, you're always eating, and it's so funny. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Dante, you're summoning them in like very scary combat situations. I don't think you have time. Okay, not even too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. I'm taking long because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now, you can share any information you have about yet another corridor. I hang out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little... no. That wasn't a mask, dude. That was the other, Is this something you don't remember? Oh, right. Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is it someone who lived here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index Apprentice? Huh? Pray tell, Warfrau, is it the middle of the thumb and the ring? Each have an apprentice hit the index and Biggie lacks them. Wouldn't it be quite odd if the mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept apprentices each? Retrace my recollections, did I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. The representations of the Pinky and Index apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear the same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. Seems that I was the only one who remembered the two apprentices. I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. It's also like fucking crazy that Dante does always remember this stuff. Like, no matter how obliterated they are, Dante remembers them. Would he still remember something if it got thrown a concept incinerator? Have they tested that? Might be worth it. Dante, look at this unique NFT. I bought it for so much money. It says Don Quixote, because it's a fixer. But he looks like a monkey. Huh? She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Arai Shiki cut her to ribbons. That would explain why he feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events with a critical part missing in between. God, it's such a terror. Because as we know, Alzheimer's is the most scary of all diseases out there. So like not remembering shit, like, and like just like no matter what, not being able to fucking bring up like a key piece is very scary. I can almost imagine her giggling to herself like that creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? One of those gloomy introverts from anime. I see, so that's why I feel like I'm tearing through each strand of a week. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Sorry, I threw up in my mouth. Maybe I should drink less coffee. Maybe more water for the time being. Ryoshu, let's say the world is made of strings or threads, clock. For every slash displayed would be cutting through the flow strands that twine to compose one existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you've pieced some of it together, it almost. Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I have a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages to remove seals like that. He wouldn't make full use of his sword, honestly. It just needs a trade-off. Your sword totally power creep Papa's. T.O. There's plenty already. Oh, so true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute up for this corridor. Alan just standing there waiting for his question to be answered. I've got one, but I don't know where it leads, but the English guy uses it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us to an army of indexes. TPU, they rarely gather in big groups. She said that that's pretty unlikely. Ow, what's that for, Ryoshu? Wait, did you just hit me with the sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard, Araya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like he was annoyed by something. How dare he ruin Ryoshu's fun? That's adorable. Thank you, Araya. I look forward to I look forward to any such outburst by you. I want STS or SYLC so you can barely walk. I swear this wasn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm. Here. Well, I didn't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interrupting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. It's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Alright? Wait, that voice just now sounded a lot like Araya's. Holy fuck. Dante, you saw that too, right? Huh? Really? She didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. Heh, then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard the voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, it's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us towards an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any dozens of doors. Walked past them of the nests. We were greeted by a whiff of stale and musty air the moment we could walk through the door. I think this leads to a basement. Jesus Christ. Oh, this is where the index, this is where his ID's, story was. This is where he was interrogating that guy from the story. I think this leads to a basement. And emerged to what appeared to be almost an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whatever that masked beeper right, he'd walked through this door. So, who are they? The Index. Signs of life. They were people living down here until just a few hours ago. Or are they here paper slips? We're only executing the prescripts. It is a waste of fucking time to ask them anything. I've had it with these prescripts. But at least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up to the shelf stable with non-perishable food. And then the cells were completely empty save for what looked like makeshift bathrooms in each of them. To look at this dungeon was used to impression individuals with varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? The room seemed to have been used for something worse than simply incarceration. Among fast conjectures is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like those guys. Like that guy was as crazy as the rest of them. Hey, wait, that staircase right up there leads up. Let's check out what's... Freaking annoying, man! What the heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another griefer body blocking the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids it. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way there? Seems pretty adamant about not allowing us in. I prefer we stay as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts. But nothing in the basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Otis is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. If Reen is able to use this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that the door connects to to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if it has anything to do with Ryoshi's memories, alright then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Yeah, heard it before. Is it though? Ooh, Dante's kind of sassy. He's confident. I like that.
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 건
Target sighted.
엄마가 돌아오지 않는 거였어. 너희는 어떠려나? 무사히 돌아올까? 아니면 엄마처럼 거짓말쟁이가
Prescript
되어버릴까?
and complaints of risk.
필중 의지만 있다면
Oh, Singleton is so fun in library. And I mean, we all know about Will the City. We all grinded 50 fucking fights to get 99 copies of Will the City.
벗어났나?
I mean, come on. Shut up. You really do. It's a really good card. Kind of miss it. I was replaying. I stopped for a bit because I was playing some of the games. Well, I might get back to it.
앞을
I mean,
밝히자.
playing Limbus certainly does
후회할
get me.
것이 잘 보이다.
무, 파, 퍽을 이제야 좀 이해했고 그딴 컨디션으로 더 놈에게 덤빈다.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있어?
데카단스식 예술이라도 보여줄 셈인가?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
펜. 태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든지 잘
지령대로
다뤘어.
움직일 뿐입니다.
그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
I assume Gan
보위만 구축.
would show up like how he was. Like, all distorted and everything. I don't see why he wouldn't. If he showed up with like an ego, I assume they'd use that as like a chance to explain something. Like, why he now has an ego when we saw him play like distort.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길. 여전히 그 끝이 보이지
지령에
않는다.
따라 참여.
멀고 또 멀고.
이게 심장이 잠깐
It'd be cool if he showed up with an ego though.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께
No, Maxine,
무덤으로
Philip is dead.
돌아가라.
I'm sorry, Philip is dead.
굴락의 방울을 못
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길.
At the end of library, the ensemble,
멀고
they did come
또
back,
멀고.
and then we killed them. They came back right there, and we killed them. They're dead.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지
I'm sorry to say, Philip is dead forever. Rest in peace, Philip.
저침탄
I miss thee greatly.
임상시험 성공.
Now,
속삭.
now Xiao will come back with three. The cowards are waiting for it.
짜증나게.
Oh, yeah, I guess there are books of the crying child. I guess it might work like that, but I don't think it, like, those would just be like, I don't think Philip himself can come back. No, Maxine, because at the end of library, we fight the ensemble, right? The first time?
엄마와 같은 색으로
And then
내
doesn't
후회한
like
참.
everything get restored, and then all the ensemble is right there because that's like they didn't show up by invitation, they physically came there, where everyone else like Alan was returned to like where they were when they accepted the invitation. I feel right. That's how I interpreted it. So the ensemble is dead because they turned into books while being there. Well, like physically being there already. So they came back there, we killed them, and rip in peace. I don't think we're ever seeing Philip again. The only we could see the other members of
사고들
the
시간이
Fixer group
잔잔해.
Philip was a part of. Dawn Office.
굳이 직접
And
목격하지
like we might see like
지루하고.
Philip in like a
하지만
you
이런
know
시시한 전투에도
we might see like
긴장감을 풀어넣어줄
a
비장의
backstory
모습이
mention
하나
of
있지.
Philip, but we will not see.
박수갈치는 언제 보낼 생각이지?
그대는 어디까지
Ensemble
가고
Philip
있을지.
was Philip. If you're talking about the book as the Crying Child, it's like I think it's the same person.
심장이
굳이
어디
직접
교환.
목격하지 않아도 느낄 수
The
있겠죠.
book is just like
지금처럼
the
엄마와
information
함께
on him,
이곳저곳을 다니며
on like
많은 기억을
a part
쌓아줘.
of him. I don't know.
언젠가
All I know is I think
그
Philip is
중에서
gone.
가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
Two of his personalities in the books? Oh, I'd have to go reread it. You know, you could be right. It's been a long time since I played it, so maybe I'm wrong. What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Ryle, but in the presence of other princes, perhaps you'd find more preferable to mimic the tone of the Dewey Star. Come on, it's not like I want to be the Dewey Star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's up there? Up the stairs. Well, yeah, but that's like a game mechanic, Maxine. Fair. I mean, fair enough, but I don't think there's like an alternate reality Philip around. I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those one the yearning needn't raise their head skywards. Am I seeing Arise memories? Clock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs. Yeah, I'm glad for Ryoshi that she's getting a bit more closure with her, like,
벌써
Raya
뭐
and
애를
is
전부
being
채워.
given more, because I was afraid it would just end, like,
함지할
at the end
사고도
of last
돼야
canto,
할
with, like,
귀찮음도
oh,
없네.
your eyes, they're scabbard now. And
돌아가지.
Ryoshi will never fucking know that, like it did with Heathcliff. Yes, Maxine, I know. It's like we
이번에
gained the
읽어줄
book
동화책은
of
이것으로.
the Crying Child to kill Philip, but he also escaped when we gained the book.
네, 뭐. 내려라.
야, 야,
사고들
모두들
시간이다.
기란 잔왜
대상
그딴 표정으로
저치
쳐다보는 거지?
The answers lie in the media that I have
내가
to
그
so reconsume
로신이나
at a different time.
독이라면
So,
뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
you can lay it to rest. So probably, maybe.
아무것도 남지 마라.
Unsatisfying, maybe.
이제 좀
But that's life. That's what you come to my stream for. Life lessons. Yeah, I know.
앞을 밝히지. 후회할 것이
I
잘
need to
보인다.
do a lot of things, Maxine. Extreme point.
브레이크 슬랩!
아직 5번 더 갈라야만 합니다.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길.
포위만 구축.
여전히 그 끝이 보이지 않는 만큼 멀고 또 멀고.
Well, Maxine, at the end of Limbus, we haven't seen Philip again. I'm gonna take that as a W.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Well, you can hold that till it happens or no.
이쯤은
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길.
해고 감도
여전히 그
I will
끝이
not bet
보이지
monitor incentive appears.
또 멀고.
Not until I have a sub button where I could like bet like you know like
충족.
I shouldn't give
지령이
YouTube
뜹니다.
memberships. And not until I have enough sub for YouTube memberships, then I can give them. So me losing a bet is just giving someone a membership. Otherwise, it's not worth it.
지키기 위해서.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
저기 보기 좋게 거미줄에 걸렸군.
필중 의지만 있다면
아이씨, 짜증나게.
억제 성공. 진짜.
Well, I mean, Maxine, the Arcane Floor video is coming no matter what. But like,
이제
it's a long way off because
벗어난
it's a massive
알고자 하는
project,
모든
you know?
것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
And it's something I'd want to do when I'm like, hopefully a bit higher in terms of like sub count.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
모분조토
내가 안전하게 지켜줄 테니
역시 모가지를 분질러야
필중
조용해지는
의지만 있다면
저 도야지 같은 새끼.
Problem Maxine is like not a lot of people talk about Multi. Like, you know, I'm the only one that plays it in Speedo. And like, no one knows it, but he hasn't played it in like years.
이중 격발
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
이루어질 수 없는 희망,
포위만 구축.
추락의 흔적조차 남지 않은 희망, 모두 나의
억제
바람.
성공. 진짜.
Yeah, no.
저기건는 도움 또한 자세에 틀림은 없군.
I'm sorry, but friends do not force friends. It's like gacha. It's merely a choice that you leave up to an individual to make.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지.
He knows the story of Arknights, Maxine.
손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을
He's
거야.
played
슬슬 물리는 거.
he played for many years from like early on until like a year or two ago, and like even then he's still like vaguely keeping up with what happens sometimes. Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door like with some big secret behind it. Right? This looks like any other average family home. Oh man, I got cleaning up as a chore, but peeps should at least dust their home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface and that blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Man, this is so fucking sad. Whichever family lived here, no, it's a family with child, the wife and child, right? That, you know, he had to watch get fucking murdered in front of him because the prescript said so. Whichever family lived there must have had a child. Look, these are drawings and dolls too, though it seemed like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened in here? Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee. They never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. Door open, a single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. I don't know, it's kind of hard to narrow down on the cause. Or they could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there have been torn to shreds. Kind of like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped you, huh? The index nurse for the Rian. The last time we saw him, he fled the house via the court after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshi's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she was swamped by shock, softly shaking her head. I don't. No, I don't. What a
모처럼
sad place.
괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군. 방지할 사고도
S-A-N-G-R-I-N.
해야 할 뒤처리도 없네.
Oh my god, more flowers.
사랑과 정의 이름으로
Wow.
지금 이곳에 등장!
I said you didn't play it anymore, Maxine. God. Listen to my words. After leaving Rian's quarters, we explored the index corridor for a while. But I didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshi's memories back together. Great work, now that leaves just the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. That room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Okay, glad we could help. Dante replies that they're happy to have been of assistance. No way, I've never been confusing with my words. Well then, it's been a pleasure. A brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to his forward base. We probably should have done the same, but... Want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. We had more business here than simply checking the doors. We decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky's Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each doorway open led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. And even though I was certain we traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There's some small design differences between each room to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we looked really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone y'all met too, I think. Must be another one who was severed by a Raishiki. Damn, you must be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. I tick-tock, but no one here really seems to have anything to say about that. I suppose it only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. So, when you said back at K-Corp that you cooked before, we were talking about this, huh? Yep. They perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard shaking. There are reviews for Chloe. One of them was Yum. Y-U-M. Meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouthwatering. The scabbard Araya was definitely shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshi's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? Hello, yo. I'm having a hard time believing it if you ask me. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school, with sausage cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. I bet it's simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? IF. Didn't you know there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry? So I want octopus sausage, tamagoyaki, and... Why are we making sausage out of an octopus? No, I mean like sausage is cut like an octopus. And why are we cutting sausage into octopus shapes? Cause it's adorbs, that's why. Something like this. What's that? Sausage carved like an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like real life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, okay? Isn't little SD once it goes down to gullet? Why is this so important? But mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. I'm cursed. I skipped the boo-boo text. IDU. You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? Means I don't understand. That's when you say IDK, Mom. SMH. These must be some of the happiest memories Ryoshi and Araya shared. The sinners, me and Araya, even a scabbard, could imagine and recall them in full. But Ryoshi, the most important part of these memories, remained sliced away. But for Ryoshi, the most important part of these memories remained sliced away. Still, we can continue to piece more and more of our memories together by going over these places. Do you want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised for a fight, holding their weapons. This way, manager. And Marceau realized what was indicated and yanked me to the back of the lawn. And in mere moments, so there was someone guiding those whelps. Figured they send more than fodder to house spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of massive paws slashed through what where we'd just been standing. Fuck. Wolf mask. Jesus, she has some massive fucking titties. Holy fuck. God, her outfit's so fucking cool. I don't try to. It's really as Meister Emile Benoit said, this place is already occupied. You would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is that where Master Calypso's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared to be one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Flavis we'd encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak in adequate decorum. But the subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of fox civility. Sure you're at the right address, lady? Robo-Lung's stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I'm aware. But I am not here looking for creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze, even though her face was obscured by the mask. There was no doubt in her eyes that were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Rian said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What is that? The four of us got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshu is currently in possession of the Arashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo. Yoshihide? Damn. She's kinda fucking cute though. Yoshihide is the blade coveted by the 5 fingers. Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Fauvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see a point in hanging out with people in the unaesthetic AM. As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufo's request with a curt reply. And Araya too rattled angrily at the docent's general direction. Then, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are our odds? I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really. The shape of her rank suggests that she's a docent of the School of Fauvism. Her position is comparable to that of a capo of the thumb or a big sibling of the middle. Verily, then let's make her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or with a Circville fortune even Lei Hang. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Hang. Our chances are HOHOM. Hell or half or more. I like this odds. Half of half or more. Dude, really? Outmoded has-been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? Because the decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a monumentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why, everyone agrees that it's no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with the assessment. His Aurora, recovered from the house, were mere tools in art. The sort the likes of the workshop maestros might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now, I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the farity in which you scarred the walls and floor as though a frenzied beast has torn through them. There has been one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of further elevated beauty? It would be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that delves of corporism. A movement so constrained by its obsession of the human corpus that once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling an empty definition into itself. Holy fuck. I'm sorry. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold, unfettered like a beast that roams free. We dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call lefer, a wild beast? These are subject matters that have led us evolves into field of fertile creativity. Should you, wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, you will layer your work with such unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, we can offer you what we can offer you will be much greater work than what we may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among carnage and of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movements. Maybe I consider some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the rings art, or not, I can't remember. Then will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue? Didn't the site you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation, reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as a connecting suture. Your blade work too shows such a multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit and beauty in the scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hewn. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies. Instead of obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld, let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I want to afford you another long-winded lesson. Ryoshu readied her scabbard. Pointlessness, Fulvus, supremacists, Blauretters, cubists. I visited my share of ring galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbolism, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy, anyone can do it. What is beyond is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated in any way, nothing remains in its abscess, making the void left beyond completely bereft of any meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What is this, a minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the purity of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, the state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. SANGRAI. Bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain. With the distinct lack of any meaningful striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters weren't the stubborn sort that mere words can convince. Indeed, there's no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that the unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid I may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of La Fauvism, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Based. thank God they stopped
화났을
fucking
땐
talking.
이렇게
so
숨소리도 내지
loud.
말고 숨어 있어야 해.
Rufo. The ring, school fathism, the fingers docent. The middle uses their tattoos for self-augmentation. Does that not make the ring tattoos more brands that, when forcibly applied, weaken their enemies? Expression of primary... expression of primary colors. Vehement overpainting. Oh, it's just like Spiva. Oh, there's infinite students, huh? Good to know. Intrinsic in the outward appearance of each animal is a distinct purpose, and we less flawless are the ones who awaken and express the fairity of those we call wild beasts among them. The fog is a masquerade delude. I mean, it really does, like, you know, play up the art like, critic aesthetic when they're going on these long diatribes of, like, their own arts. Curious watching was that convenient. Okay, I have to go use the bathroom, chat. Hopefully it'll be quick.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
조준은 필요 없지.
이제 싱 수에선 벗어났나?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
저술시야 전
조도
프로젝트의 눈으로
역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는군. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들은.
I'm back. Sorry about that. Let's see.
대충 의지만 있다면
There's nothing wrong with learning to be more articulate.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
A pretty easy way to, I think, be more articulate is just like to read more, like actual books. Learn a lot of new words that way. Generally, just have a better concept on like speech, just like sentence structure.
아무것도 남지 마라.
이 정도쯤은
지령대로 움직일 뿐입니다.
어때? 사람을 단축하니 보기 좋아지지 않았나? 하고들 시간이다. 잔후회.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
속삭.
That is free blood meridian.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라. 오, 제 행위로. 그렇다면 무삼.
셋째.
I was reading a lot, but like reading like I was reading a bunch of I was reading like Warhammer books. So it's like, you know, give or take, you know, what you think about that. Reading just like 40k books isn't I don't know how you consider that lesser than just reading in general. But those 40k books, I mean, they get pretty like wordy, you know, they get pretty movie and have to describe things. Beat 'em back.
포위만 구축.
I like reading. I know it seems very weird for me to like reading because I have a disability directly related to that. But it's still fun. I hated reading for school. Because I found it dreadful. But like reading for myself, like when I get to pick the book, oh my.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩!
I mean, nowadays, in this attention economy, our books are gonna stand out with your tickety talks and shit. I don't know, we're all fucking gonna die one day. What's it matter if we read or
왜
not?
엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
All reliable, always dominating. What are you trying to say, Maxine?
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서진다.
무, 타, 법을 이제야 좀 이해했고.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
I've joked about the idea before, but doing a book club would be interesting.
모든 걸 들어모아
Where I
상대천.
like have a stream where we're like once a month. I'm like, okay,
뭐든 잘 가르쳐.
how do we all feel about this book that we read?
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
$40K podcast, I listen to does that.
충정. 지령이 이끄는 대로 지키기 위해서.
앞을 밝히자. 후회할 것이 잘 보이도록.
굳이 직접 목격하지 않아도 느낄 수 있겠죠.
전술시야 전.
분, 조, 토.
오제트의 눈으로.
역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는군. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들은.
Construct Fox. Wolfen claws, lynx claws, even those of turtles, some minuscule yet intricately arranged. What a bold expression. They're so cool, they're like pulling on the fucking, like, tendon strands to close it shut. I like it a lot. Oh, you fucking slowpokes. So beat him up. Please. Thank you. Thank you, Lotus. you'll be fine. Oh, fuck. Let me slow this way.
네. 정확하게.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이니 넌 반드시 부서진다.
I don't know, Maxine. I thought I'd be here on Friday. I guess I planned wrong. I should have put this off in 3 weeks.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, next time. Sometimes the algorithm doesn't bless me and let me watch, I'm streaming. And everyone in Discord, I guess, is too busy to click on my fucking stream. Maybe I'm washed.
네 머리 위에 내려질 것이다.
Who knows? I'm going to extrapolate heavily upon this one night. Thank you, Maxine. You're a very loyal viewer, and I appreciate that immensely. It's always fun to have someone chat with me playing this. It's usually my friend Noah, but he can't be here.
네, 뭐
내가 안전하게 지켜줄 테니까.
내려라 머저리들 이라는 뜻이다. 응? 왜 그딴 표정으로 쳐다보는 거지? 설마 내가 그 로싱나 이 기 돈 홍처럼 온순해졌을 거라 기대했나?
Thank you. That's why you're a real one, Maxine.
지령했다.
You sport the record of the remnant back when we were a lowly like 300 sub channel. Now we're a lowly 600 sub
머리 위에
channel.
내려질 것이다.
Look at us now.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
앞으로 둘.
충정. 지령이 이끄는 대로.
Thank you, Maxine. I doth agree.
절친탄, 트랜지션, 확산탄, 임상시험 성공.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령했대. 두렵지
아마도
않습니다.
이런 날이었을 거야.
아직
나보다 먼저
어른일
엄마가
뿐인가
집에
보군요.
돌아오는 날. 학교 마치고 집에 돌아왔을 때 문 너머에서 엄마의 발소리가 들리면 그 울림에 신이 나곤 했지.
Burst forth the pulsing crimson under the skin. Oh, you can set up pretentious, Maxine. Who fucking cares? You always gotta think to yourself, Maxine. Is what you want to do. If it is, then it's probably fine.
필중의 의지만 있다면
But maybe, like, ask someone like Virtua. He seems like a good boy. He has a good head on his shoulders.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
If he says it's fine, then it's definitely.
여기까지 HP는
이제 어떡하지 같은 시시한 말은
이
하지 마.
상처를 기억할지.
Mother of God.
그 말은 해야 할 일은
Really wasn't fucking paying attention to that.
앞으로
정확하게
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
He's an honest kid.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Virtua's the type of guy that's like helping little old ladies cross the street. Fuck, I just like didn't fucking like.
전원 전
I always try and do this. I always try and like just like wait out of combat. It still might work. That's the hope.
바이올렛, 브레이크 슬랩.
닭, 돌, 죽. 다음은 시계의 고통과 함께 살 이길.
Probably. My units are pretty strong. I bought them at a high price. Neutral. Jesus, dog. That's not what I spend money for. I spend money for neutral. There's like nothing I can do about that.
날카롭고 태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
The dog biscuit bit. Yeah, Maxine, of course I remember it. I referenced it last screen.
살고자 하는
You were
모든
there.
것들과 함께
Maxine! Do you need help? You're forgetting things again.
이중 격발 조준이 필요 없지.
Man, I really appreciate heal. Why 110? Yeah, I appreciate him subbing. Now I'm not at 145 anymore. Because I posted that short and lost a sub, and it wounded me greatly. Number must go up. But number ever go down, like frown. That's fair, you're preoccupied. I suppose I can let you off in I was paying attention to the road and not the screen. I really want the ID now. I already want the ID, but like I want it more now.
죽는 것도 사는 것도 지령했대. 두렵지
지루하고.
않습니다.
God.
하지만 이런 시시한 전투에도 긴장감을 불어넣어줄 비장의 예술이 하나 있지. 박수갈치는 언제 보낼 생각이지?
What? Can I remember every bit that happened in this game? Insane. Does not trigger defensive skills, oh boy.
하고들 시간이 잔왜
Ridiculous. That was quite silly.
자신만만하게 달려가더니 등자감이었던 거야?
Sky Squad. We persevere. It's pretty fucking bad.
당신 짝패군요.
짜증나게.
Oh, that's a very normal. It's a very understandable fear to have. As I said earlier, this very stream, dementia's like the scariest fucking thing to come down with.
날카롭게 갈았어. 저 황홀한 햇빛을. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
그 삶의 마침표를
Your daddy died. Come on, it's almost over.
개패가
Come on,
보이지도
team.
잡히지도 않겠지만 그 사슬로 이어져 있는 한 너희의 시간 사라지지 않을 테지.
Okay, team, I'm just gonna like throw you all at the hopefully that
시연합니다. 나의 손으로 잘라낼 수 있다면
아이씨, 짜증나게. 사랑으로 정의 이름으로.
정도는 죽음이라지만 별을 잊지 못함이 서글프.
닭, 돌, 주.
Oh my god,
다음은
finally.
시계의 고통과 함께
Huh.
살, 이백.
All planned.
당신 짝패군요.
지금처럼
that
엄마와
was so
함께
fucking
이곳저곳을
close.
다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가
Thank
그
God
중에서
for
가장
overpowered
멋진 곳에
ideas.
나를 데려갈 수 있게.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군.
Good memories.
방지할 사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없나.
See, you're already looking much better with the with the superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about finding your own movement? I already answered that. But you'll need time under the fall of his wing, at least until you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The docent raised her giant arm as if to strike us in a final act of defiance, then slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. All you can do is buy time for. Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be succinct. Thus we remained foes of yet fingers of rain. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the fingers on our own on the for the first time, didn't we? I see this is a pretty definitive win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro, I was fighting my ass off here. Her Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if had not been here, Kara. This is more like it. We won't have to freak out over mere BB anymore. Long sport with the clock. Huh. Just like congratulating yourself for the achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over the so small an occasion don't deserve the same besides the excited men. Well, I guess it is impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger, like Otis and Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not of such folly, for the joy of compatriots is mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in a few moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we're soldier doors. We're really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead. Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Each one walked out through a door we'd entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changed every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the outside world. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weed the delineations of the wings and backstreets. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traveled is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Across the broken door we might, however, it avails us a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor before it returns us to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point, no matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? Our rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, and unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're gonna have to deal with food. As far as I'm aware, we should be able to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Rodeo. So let's. I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we're about to walk into an Elcourt branches or a dungeon, so. Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. There's no exit. We cut open our own. What about the part where cuts in your memories too? Deal with that yet? No, the sorted. Still cleaves from memories with every slash. Don't know what memory slices away this time, but it'll be something recent. Or one I hold dear. Wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshi's arm. Though Ryoshi and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it's clear that Ryoshi's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? The nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep the sword nicely in the scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if it went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of the question. By doing so, we would be putting ourselves at greater risk, instead of casting ourselves into an endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead immediate if that brick wall of a maestra wanders into this room, right? That wolf lady's last words, man, I'm seeing the flags. It's a hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshi hitting an OP sword is the best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, Heathcliff. It'll only be forgotten, not lost. Goodbye memories don't tend to last very long. Good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, clock. I looked towards the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. A white blade soon reveals itself, and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Arashiki blade cleaves through the door, so does Ryoshi's memories. Oh, we're really getting somewhere. The thin strand of Arai's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Arai released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay, we'll try again, so. Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. As her voice faded into a gentle dark of Ryoshi's memories. That's kind of bittersweet, but like in a kind of nice way, how like, you know, Araya will always be on Ryoshi's side, helping her piece together her memories. The next destination. So even if she keeps losing them, Araya can keep helping her piece them back together. Just a little bit before they unravel yet again. I really like that. That's very cute and very sweet. She can still be there helping her mama in some way. Oh, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us. Not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What conflict? What operation? Are they saying that your bosses are preparing for war or something? I just feel like there isn't enough of an alarm in his voice, considering what he's saying, preparing for what? Not even trying to hide anymore, huh? Huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. The L Corp is already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the Aspirin W Corp. We call Limbus company the Aspirin L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got military force back them, right? The only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking though, who knows what the higher ups of our companies are thinking. Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This reflected pretty well on our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to our forward base, and shared with Hohenheim everything that happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of a looming conflict, so we instead decided to have Ryoshi's memory and sword re-examined. Oi, Hohenheim, results out yet? Not yet, Assistant. I remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Ryoshi sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a defiant undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarette at the stub at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mine's slowing down a tad, practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. And speed up classes. Gonna bounce as soon as I get the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of the item in such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround and therefore deserves your appreciation. Jesus Christ, Hohenheim, please. I've been attempting to rein in more self-indulgent parts to myself as of late, but I believe this is an achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is evident truth that such a result could not have been replicated had it been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab any passing research and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "Well done already?" And to that, I will answer, STFU. Evidently tired of two sinners often hounding him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Yes, there are times when test results are extracted rather early than predicted time frame. Many of these instances are easily attributed to my genius at work. And why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up. So I'm attempting to observe the exact merit of doing precisely that. Huh. You think Yoshida would ever use known acronyms straight? What? With something like that, that's a full day unwind after work though? And your verdict on interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's much better MTL in some ways. How she lies, as she breathes. At that moment, I might have paused to glance with Skipper rattling atop the examination device, almost as though it were giggling. Very well, we'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Oh, that's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of a man who works with manager Solid? Effie. Would have asked in the past tense. It would have been him who I was referring to. Glad Miss Solid wasn't here for that. That kid, right? I don't remember his name. She forgot Pilot's name. Among other miscalculations, miscellaneous deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she fed to seagulls. Fie upon it! Dost thou say that those memories most precious to your Ryoshu and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems to be pretty acceptable, doesn't it, for the price of unsheathing a sword like that? If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. There were several days worth of memories with just a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forgot stuff all the time. How's that any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been implicated by the scabbard of Arai's Shiki. To be more precise, the power of Arai's ego. That's so. Ryoshu looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Araya and Ryoshu's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. Well, it takes a rather significant amount of time. The scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Ryoshu's memories are to be erased but costing use of Arai's Shiki. That is great news. Arai's is hand-picking things to throw in the trash can. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryoshu regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer. She can use it whenever, as long as it gives it time to select the trivial memories. I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of what, of the time when you were complimented for cooking, it was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You performed an invasive calculation of the real's cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's becoming rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So, have our memories been restored? Experts seem to attempt to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. That's it. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be there in that negative space, many things can still be missed upon. Like Ryoshu said, forgotten but not lost. You know, Heathcliff, the sheath is Araya's ego. You know, like how Ishmael had like a ego of like just fusing some of her crewmates into it. Very sad for Heathcliff, but also it's like, you know, kind of giving him... The way Ryoshu's handling it might be healthier than the way he was handling it, so it might give him at least some, like, you know, some... It might help him to look at how someone else in his Lim family is dealing with this. And at least he can always commiserate with Dante, who also remembers. No. Yeah, I meant Ahab. Like, remember when Ahab manifested her ego at the end of the canto? Like the giant harpoon that had like, that had like all her crewmates like loaded into it. Clock. You just stepped foot into the world with Sangria. She's so smug about it because it's her art form now. Man, that's soulful. She flashes the briefest smiles, then scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke, collecting the GB before restoring it. What used to be here in the pockets of the void of my heart, my one and only. Ryoshu's gaze traced the invisible and unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. That's... Oh, man. Like, I was already kind of getting that from, like, Ryoshu's conversations in the Intervallo, especially with the, docent. But it's very, like, neat and, nice way to, like, wrap everything together and, like, her expressing her art form like that. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Soud and Pilot in recovery. Oh yeah, Pilot got fucked up by, like, the thumb. I remember that. He got, like, fucked up at the beginning of this. Did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. But with all those loose threads set up, we managed to finally, after so long... Kind of feels like we're home again. Oh my god, we're on the fucking bus. Home sweet home. Return to the bus. Oh, bus, sweet bus. That chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this you ride hella badass. I didn't know you'd still be here after those days. Did you just pal around with us? I mean, at this point, if Ryushu was gonna be a finger, it would be a ring. She would be like a, she would be a maestro of the ring with her own, like, school of thought. Or, like, art style. It would offer the most free. I feel like that's the one that would fit her the best. I mean, the other ones are just fucking terrible. And she really despises the middle. So, like, you know. And then, like, the index is like, the pinky is, I mean, who knows? The pinky is weird. And, the thumb, I did to Lamau. Who the fuck wants to be a thumb? Everyone who's not a thumb looks at the thumb and goes, what the fuck is wrong with them? They're like, in some ways, the thumb are the most insane. Because they're just so fucking crazy. They just rip people's fucking tongues out. They just got aboard the bus, virtual, so I am actually wrapping up. I, in fact, beat the boss, in, one attempt. It did not take me more than that. It just got really close with only 2 units, only 2 units could attack and 2 were broken. And everyone else was dead. So, I had, like, a turn left in me, but it was just the turn I needed. Great Intervallo. I mean, yeah, well, yeah, the index is fucking insane, but the thing is, like, at least it's like, you know, if they do something crazy, it's like, oh, a prescript told them, and it's like, that's fucking wacko. But, like, the thumb are just fucking crazy. Like, I feel like the thumb and middle are probably the most contemptible to Ryoshu. Then, like, index. Then, I don't know where to put ring. Then, because this is, I'm not thinking of the nurse fathers. I'm thinking of, like, the just, you know, fingers. Then probably, ring. Heh. Between the 2 individuals who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked Team Leader Allen to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving to the door and it will bring you right to an empty spot on the highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there's a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Nods. So what are you 2 doing here in the bus? Decided to join the better team, did you? I must admit this to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, decided you managed to escape your confinement. I told them I had some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might as well get some air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? I see, you exploit the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to the right. The person in charge of training is currently checked into a long-term recovery ward Maybe problems stemming from a shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well then, time for valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come as easily as I expected it to. Another day of reunion must wait in the future. I'd appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I'm not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Hey Yoshide. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, SYL. Did I do it right? Acronymize it to L. And call me Ryoshi, not Yoshihide. I prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer towards a blindingly rapid portal, mass enough to engulf the bus hole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Oh right, where are we headed next? Dante inquires about our next destination for Joyce. Huh. No, that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Hey, don't get too excited. One is an answer to that question ever led us anywhere that's not downright bizarre. He just gave me a faint, knowing smile as though he's confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too lighthearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say that it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In the words of Manager Dante, we're en route to N-Corp. So we are going there after all, N-Corp. Plenty of faces I'd rather not see there. As the rest of the senators voiced their various gripes and discontent with N-Corp, Marceau, who'd probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flopped open his newspaper. I will be right back. I'm sorry, I didn't want to cut myself off in the middle of reading, but I had to get up right now. Holy fuck, I'm back. Sorry about that. Marceau, who's probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing the room. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. Oh, I'm doing fine. Just remember, I have Crohn's disease, and the way that can work is sometimes a big alarm goes off in your head that says you're gonna shit yourself in 5 seconds. And when that happens, I have 5 seconds. I must find a bathroom. It's a kind of disease where it's like, I must be aware where a bathroom is wherever I am. It makes things like hiking really fucking annoying. Like, I have to, like, eat properly before I go on anything like a hike to make sure. No, I don't poop my pants. Shut up. Don't say that. I successfully find a bathroom to then poop. So if I ever suddenly just run off, probably why. But it's fine. It's not like uncomfortable or anything. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. I was like literally at the end, fuck. But like, there was no way. I would not have, I could not hold it. Maxine, you're looking for a band. Actually, I shouldn't threaten. I should just act and then let history understand my action. I can let the historians make, you know, try and make understandings of what I do. I just have to act, for that is my will as the monarch of the stream. Oh, fuck. Well, golly. I can't believe I'm caught up on events. But that's cool. Oh, I never noticed that. It's because, like, it's, you know, House of Spiders. This is only access through, like, doorways and is a secure location. It's cool. But yeah. Pretty chill stream, just me and Maxine and a few others, shit talking amongst each other. But to make sure I can end this before Maxine can come back, thank you everyone for watching. I really enjoyed this Intervallo. It was quite fun. If you like what we do here, please check out the Records of Remnant. Fuck. I said it for a minute. I was playing myself. I would never complete it in a minute. I should have done like 10. But thank you for showing up, everyone. Please check out the Records of Remnant for my RWBY tabletop game run by my friend Noah, who you might hear on these Limbus streams. With all my other buddies that you'll find down there at Ben Spiva and at Liam Spiva. But more importantly is the dono link. Click on that one. But also importantly is the Discord link. Click on that one to know when I stream. Because that's the only reason people aren't here. Because they didn't know I was streaming. Well, until next time. Hopefully Expedition tomorrow.